Thank you for joining us this evening for the June 18, 2024 Monte Sereno regular city council meeting. Before the meeting is called to order, I would like to point out a few house rules to assist council members, staff, and members of the public to successfully participate in this meeting. For tonight's meeting, Zoom is being used to allow public participation with this regular city council meeting. For those using Zoom to participate, there are two icons, chat and raise hand. Please use chat only to report technical issues such as being unable to hear a council member speaking. Please use raise hand to be recognized by the mayor and unable to speak to the council. Only attendees using Zoom application can use the raise hand option to comment. Participants calling in from the telephone will only be able to listen and cannot provide feedback or public comment. Lastly, when we're not all in the same room, all votes in the meeting must be taken by roll call.
I think we're ready to get started. I will call the regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Monte Sereno to order at 7:02 p.m. We, as usual, are going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. And tonight, I have asked Senior Deputy Fire Marshal Ron Musonis to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Maybe do the roll call, please.
Yes, Councilmember Turner. Here. Councilmember McIntyre.
Present.
Councilmember Lahey.
Present.
Vice Mayor Craig.
Here.
Mayor Walsheimer.
Present.
Thank you.
Orders of the day. Anybody wish to change anything in the order of the meeting? No, seeing none, we'll move on to the presentations. We have none. Oral communications. This is a time during a meeting when persons wishing to address the council on any matter of city business not listed on the agenda, we may do so at this time. Each speaker will normally allotted 3 minutes. Is there anybody here who wishes to speak on something that's not on the agenda tonight? I saw a couple of hands, 1, 2, 3. Why don't we start with you first?
Okay.
Or somebody else wants to go first.
There is a list that we gave to the clerk. So we would like to go by that list, if that's possible.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you please introduce yourself?
Mr. Mayor and city council members. My name is Dennis Jameson. I live in Santa Clara County and I've been a resident for over 30 years. I'm a volunteer with United Sovereign Americans, not a spokesperson. United Sovereign Americans is a nationwide organization with thousands of active volunteers in over 20 states. Today I come as a concerned citizen, as we all are coming here before you, sharing alarming information about our state's voter database. It's uncovered that we have uncovered through thousands of hours of research conducted by a highly qualified and unprecedented data team. While the numbers are staggering and somewhat difficult to comprehend, one thing is clear: they don't add up. Just like your checkbook must balance, so must your votes. If you had $10,000 fewer in your bank account at one point in time than you actually had deposited, then you would certainly want to know what happened. And if a company had that kind of significant discrepancy in its books, the company would most certainly conduct an audit. In fact, yearly audits are required by law for all public companies. Our audit of the 2022 election, based on these data investigations, using only data provided by the state election official, shows that the 2022 election may not have been accurate or legally compliant. We are not saying one candidate won over another, or that any election should be overturned. The state's official data from a certified election shows that the votes, as counted, were not all valid and accurate under the law. Tonight, we will present you with a resolution demanding an end to the inaccuracy and the uncertainty plaguing our elections, along with a summary of our findings and the laws that do apply. We are happy to meet with you to go over this information, including more detail about the specific findings. And if you have questions that I cannot answer now, I will commit to getting the answer. We have to go to the United Sovereign Americans executive team, and we'll get that answer in writing as soon as possible. The data in our request for an investigation have been shared with state election officials and law enforcement. It's essential that you, as our representatives, make it clear that these issues must be taken seriously. Today, we come to you, our closest elected representatives, for support and action.
Can you please?
We're
wrap up
asking-
Your remarks.
We're asking to admit the resolution into the record, and we hope that you can consider it carefully. The next three speakers will read the resolution in three parts, and our final speaker will conclude.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sue Bazzini, and I live in Santa Clara County. I've been a resident of California for 40 years. Resolution for a legally valid 2024 general election. Whereas it is a recognized civil right in the United States for every citizen to have a free and fair election, quote, and the right of suffrage can be denied by a debasement or dilution of the weight of a citizen's vote just as effectively as by wholly prohibiting the free exercise of the franchise, end quote. U.S. Supreme Court, Reynolds versus Sims, 1964. Whereas it is the duty of our elected officials to guarantee our elections are accurate and free from distortion or manipulation. Quote, Congress seeks to guard the election of members of Congress against any possible unfairness by compelling everyone concerned in holding the election to a strict and scrupulous observance of every duty devolved upon him while so engaged. The evil intent consists in disobedience to the law, end quote. U.S. Supreme Court in Recoy, 1888. Whereas our constitutional system of representative government only works when the following four tenets of an election are upheld. 1, the voter rolls must be accurate per the National Voter Registration Act, 1993. 2, votes counted must be from eligible voters. U.S. Constitution, 14th Amendment, Section 2. The number of votes counted must equal the number of voters who voted. And number 4, there can be no more than 1 in 125,000 ballots in error by the voting system per Help America Vote Act 2002. Whereas open source audit of the California 2022 general election conducted by California citizens has uncovered evidence of massive inaccuracies appear to violate both federal and state laws, including 5,886,198 ineligible or uncertain registration violations found within the California State Voter Roll database. 2,776,939 votes were cast by ineligible or uncertain registrations. 123,785 more votes were counted than voters who voted. No one knows who counts them. And 2,776,849 apparent voting violations are in excess of the legal standard of system accuracy for a valid federal election. The maximum allowable system errors for the 2022 general election in California was 90. Certification as defined by law, which is an attestation of accuracy and compliance, appears to have been fraudulent and illegal. Now we're gonna go to speaker number 3.
Thank you, Dennis. Thank you, Sue. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and city council members. My name is Brian Bertocini. I'm a resident of Santa Clara County. I've lived in the county for 57 of my 63 years. I'll pick it up here. Whereas these findings trample legal accuracy requirements of the voting systems during the federal election. Accuracy is defined as the ability of a system to capture and report specific sections and absence of sections made by voters without error. Whereas the intent of the voter must be known factually before certification can be lawfully conducted. Certification of an election that varies from the law is an abridgment to the civil rights of the citizens and fraud into of itself. Say United States versus Throckmorton from 1878, and this is the quote, the US Supreme Court. From time immemorial, an election of public office has been, in point of substance, no more or no less than the expression by qualified electors to choose to have their choice of candidates, end quote. Whereas the 2022 general election appears to have been invalid, depriving us of our guaranteed protections of natural rights under a government duly and probably chosen by us, the American people, resulting in incalculable damage to our families, our way of life, and the fabric of these United States. Therefore, we call upon our representatives to provide relief to the people and the assurance of domestic tranquility by joining us in demanding a valid 2024 general election that upholds these existing laws and equitable principles of law. That would be 1, proof of citizenship, identity and eligibility required to register to vote, not anonymous attestation. 2, voter rolls certified, accurate, and available for public review and challenged 30 days before the start of early voting. Voters added after that date must be proof of citizenship, identity, and address in person to a qualified official at each polling place. 3, hand-marked secure ballots similar to currency, where imaging technology used for tabulation, the security features must be verifiable in the ballot image. 4, systems, machines, security measures, infrastructure, and conduct are required to be compliant with federal law for fraud prevention regarding risk assessment, certification, testing, and implementation. And 5, adjudication must be signed off by party, candidate, trained citizen witness after being given full and effective observation rights. Candidates are trained to citizens, must be allowed immediate access to ballots, ballot images, and cast vote records. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jean. Excuse me. I've been a resident of Santa Clara County for most of my life and a native born Californian. So ballots, regardless of entry source, election operations and systems must maintain end-to-end chain of custody from votes to vote count to final canvass, including auditability and witness transfer with paper records. A NIST compliant, randomized, statistically valid end-to-end audit with a 95% confidence level of all elections pursuant to the 14th Amendment, Section 2 must be performed. These audits are to be conducted by qualified, insured, and bonded security, forensics, or financial auditors, not personnel from within the election system. Reconciliation will include the vote count, real physical ballots, adjudication, CVRs, ballot count, qualified voter count, custody transfer, and all other paper and electronic election systems, including logs. If the total of unique variances above is more than 10% of the margin of victory, a new election must be held in the state for those candidates affected, unless the issues can be provably corrected by a manual hand recount and a full review of records. Waiver of requirements is not allowed. Only end-to-end system compliance from registration through certification can guarantee the intent of the people is accurately recorded. Be it resolved that the Monte Sereno City Council members stand in support with the concerns and remedies presented here. We implore the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors, California Legislature, federal legislators, law enforcement, federal and state prosecutors, judges, and both California Secretary of State and county registrars of voters to cooperate and fulfill these firm requests of the people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Teresa Higginson. I live in Santa Clara County and I have been a resident of California for 64 years. I am also a volunteer and not an official spokesperson with United Sovereign Americans. You just heard a powerfully written resolution outlining massive inaccuracies in our 2022 election, from registration through certification. In it, you heard us ask for meaningful remedies that will proactively protect the validity of the 2024 general election for all Americans. In fact, the resolution cited many U.S. Supreme Court precedents that support the need for such actions. Laws are being ignored. Bottom line, the checkbook is not balancing and we need certainty. The voting system, which controls our most vitally important right, the right to choose our representatives, is not producing an accurate, trustworthy result. Do you think that these anomalies within our election system, a system which is part of our national security infrastructure, should continue to be ignored? How much is it costing us not to fix the problem? How much is it costing our GDP, our military, our foreign policy, our health, the self-esteem of our children and young people, and how much is it costing our dignity to keep fighting each other? The cost is immeasurable, so I urge you to show your agreement by passing the resolution. Our website showcasing our initiatives nationwide has some extremely informative videos that explain the anomalies and apparent violations of law that are found here in California as well as in other states. The website is uniteforfreedom.com. That's unite, the number 4, freedom.com. I encourage you to check it out and learn more about our organization. One more time, that's unite, the number 4, freedom.com. Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you. Anybody else in chamber who wishes to address council? If not, is there anybody online? So please raise your virtual hand.
No hands are raised.
No hands are raised. Well, that wraps up the oral communications. Thank you for your presentations and your concern. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will move on with the written communications. Did we receive any written communications?
Nothing new. The written communication that was received was also posted on the website for the item. The book comments that we received.
Could I ask a follow-up question, just a procedural?
Sure. 10 seconds.
Yeah, just if you're not able to vote on this measure tonight, is it possible we could come back and present this or some form of it again?
Well, the way it goes is that since it's not on the agenda tonight, we cannot take it up tonight.
Right.
So if one of the council members at the end of the meeting wishes to make this a future agenda item, then we will pick it up maybe at our next council meeting, which is in August, because we don't meet in July.
Should we be,
That's all I can promise at this time.
should we be notified of them, one way or the other?
You can read the agenda. Yeah. All right, thank you.
Communication, so I can make sure.
Thank you.
No written communications. Let's move on to the consent calendar. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items on the consent calendar. And we usually try to vote on these all at the same time. Does any of the council members want to pull any items from the consent calendar?
No, but I will abstain from item 2.
So we will vote separately on item 2. So I'm looking for a motion to move ahead with items 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. after public comment. Is there anybody in the audience here and chambers here who wishes to comment on items 1 through 6, except item 2 on the consent calendar? Anybody online, please raise your virtual hand.
No hands are raised.
Hands are raised. There a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve items 1, 3 through 6 on the consent calendar.
I'll second that.
Yeah, all in favor, please say aye.
Actually, can I do a roll call just because there are a couple of items that have resolutions to them?
Okay. We'll do a roll call vote.
Thank you. Councilmember Turner?
Yes.
Councilmember Makachuk?
Aye.
Councilmember Lockheed?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Faith?
Yes.
And Mayor Wolshimer?
Yes,
Motion carries. Thank you.
motion carried 5-0-0. The next is item number 2, the warrant list dated June 18th. Is there a motion?
Move to approve. Second.
I believe you need to open this one for public comment because you only opened it for other items.
Anybody in chambers here who wishes to comment on item number 2 on the consent calendar? Seeing none,
No.
anybody online? No. There was a motion, I believe. Is there a second? Okay,
I'm sorry, who was the motion? Vice Mayor, thank you.
I think we can do
Yes.
okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
4 in favor, 1 abstain. Council member.
Thank you.
All right. Public hearings. Item number 7 on the agenda. Conduct a public hearing to consider objections to the proposed removal of brush on parcels listed in the 2024 Wildland Urban Interface. Okay. We have a presentation here by our Deputy Fire Marshal.
Good evening, Mayor, Council.
Good evening.
Every season, around February, we send out notices to most residents in our jurisdiction. There are, and that's for the Wildland Urban Interface to clear brush. So the program starts out in February and ends in June with the hearing. We have 2 properties that we sent over. I have something to add to the record. We have conducted additional inspections and 18327 Lexington Drive, APN 410260001 may be removed from the non-compliance list. And that's all I have.
Council members, any questions about this? No? There, anybody here in chambers who wishes to comment on this item?
And for public hearing, public hearing. For public hearing. Public hearing. No hands are raised. No hands are raised. We have to open it for public hearing,
Okay,
but there is no one raising their hands regarding this item.
so is there anybody here in chambers for the public? About this item, anybody online who wishes to comment on this? Since there is a resolution involved, we need to vote on the resolution to approve this.
If the public hearing is closed, I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to
You have a copy of the resolution, I believe. Can you read the title for us?
Yes. So the motion is made, are we doing the vote? Or read the resolution first?
Yeah,
Okay.
just the title, so that they,
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Monte Sereno overruling objections and determining to proceed with brush abatement.
I'll move to approve. Second.
Yeah, I just have a question. One of the addresses is 18310 Cerro de Los Gatos Road. How far away is that from us, or is that our address?
What was the question?
The 18310 Cerro de Los Gatos Road, that's one of the addresses?
Yeah, 18327 Lexington Drive. Oh, the remaining property
The one that's.
in non-compliant,
Yeah.
18310 Saratoga Los Gatos Road.
It's that way. It's like 3 blocks off. All right, thank you. Yeah, I'm just curious.
If I can do a roll call for the vote.
Sure.
For the motion, we have Councilmember Lahey,
Yes.
Councilmember Turner. Yes. Councilmember McCutcheon,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Craig,
Yes.
and Mayor Wilshaner.
Yes,
Motion passes.
Right. thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Council. Thank you.
I just noticed the resolution. And it has a date that it should be corrected by June 1, 2024. Do we need to change that date? On the resolution?
They needed to correct. That, so he's reading the resolution. I believe that it indicated that the property owners had to correct on their end. So that's why they did their second visit and found that one of the two that were non-compliant ended up being compliant.
Right, so but are we resolving now that it must be corrected by June 1, 2024?
No, that was previously, so they had until June 1 to do it as of tonight. One property owner hadn't done, it. No, that's different.
You got a new one now?
No, that's.
Oh, wait, this is different.
So what are we resolving? Do they have time to correct it now or
They've
the time's
had,
already gone?
yeah, we've conducted at least 2 to 3 inspections on it already. So at this point, it's referred to the county weed abatement enforcement.
I understand, but then are we as Monte Sereno City Council saying that this must be corrected by June 1, 2024 by the resolution we're adopting today?
So we had a resolution.
No, but the resolution we're adopting today, does it put a date on by when it should be
No,
cleaned up?
No,
that was done back in May,
in May. We presented one in May.
That was old.
Yeah,
yes.
and they were gonna have till June 1st
Okay.
to comply.
And they were done.
And one of the two ended up complying and the other one
I got
hasn't.
it. Okay, sorry about that. Thank you.
No problem. I hope that's clear.
Good,
Thank you.
thank you for clarifying that.
All right.
Good.
So that ends the public hearings. Next item on the agenda is new business. Item number 8, consideration and appointment of a resident as a Monte Sereno representative on the Valley Transportation Authority Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. And I believe there's a staff report on this also.
Yes, so the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee is an advisory committee established by the Santa Clara County Valley Transportation Authority Board of Directors that advises the board on funding and planning issues for bicycle and pedestrians projects. It also serves as a countywide bicycle advisory committee to the Santa Clara County. The committee is comprised of 16 members representing each of the 15 cities and the county. Each member serves for a term of 2 years. So the term of the city's current representative, who is Barry Chapin, is expiring, and the city must take an appointment to this position for the 2-year term that begins July 1st, 2024. So as a result of the recruitment, we had 2 applications that were received. And they are named. We have our incumbent, Barry Chapin, and we also had Marshall Ensing. And I actually received an email over the weekend that Marshall wanted to remove his application as he finds that Barry is, he doesn't want to go against Barry and he feels that Barry should continue serving as the representative for Monte
So we have
Sereno.
one candidate left.
So technically, we only have one now candidate. So we do have Barry online. If you'd like to ask any questions.
Sure,
And
please go ahead.
hi, Barry. Can you hear
Hi.
us?
Yes, I can hear you. I was actually going to say that since I saw we had another qualified candidate, I would be happy to let someone else take a turn at this difficult to fill position. But I'm happy to serve the city for another 2 years if I'm the only candidate remaining.
Thank you. Thanks for volunteering to do this. We need to do public comment on this also.
Correct.
Anybody here in chambers who wishes to comment on this volunteer position? Anybody other than Barry online who wants to comment on this?
No hands are raised.
No hands were raised. Council members, any comments?
I'll make a comment and thank Barry for his service to date. And I'm delighted that he has agreed to continue with this volunteer activity. I think it's very important that we have representation on that, and I know Barry has a passion for it. And if there's no further comments, then I would make a motion. But
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment. I've known Barry Shaven, for about 8 years now, and he has been our representative since 2014. He has a strong cycling experience and has been doing this job for 10 years. He's also vice chair of the Better Streets Commission, and he makes the point in his application that there is a strong synergy between these two committees and believes the BTA rep should be involved. So I'd like to make a motion.
Is there any other comment? Go ahead.
Yeah, I also like to thank Shepard for volunteering. I was just curious, in your peddling, as you peddle around the city or the county, have you run into any grants that are available for better bike lanes or better safety items that Monte Sereno could take advantage of and provide a better experience for all the people who use those, who bike and walk in the city? Wondering if Mr. Shepard has any comments on that.
Barry?
There, I unmuted myself. There are many grants available, but unfortunately, they're all gotten by large cities that have a team of grant writing people and have considerable funds of their own in order to do part of the their own share. You need to contribute some of your own share. So there's really not any grants available that I've seen in quite a while that Monte Sereno could apply for. And if they were interested, they'd first need to find somebody on the team or an outside consultant that was good at grant writing. And I'm not aware of that, but maybe that does exist within the city.
Yeah, I think if you do run into any grants, if you can at least let us know about it, and we can try to figure out if the city has the resources to move that forward or not. But
yes, I assure you that I will. And I always give a report on what's happening at the VTA BPAC at the Monte Sereno Better Streets Commission. So I keep people up to date on what's going on. And if there's any opportunities, I will bring it to the council's attention.
Thank you, sir, and really appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you. Any comment? I'd like to mention also that I've probably known Barry Chafin longer than any of you because we used to work at the same company in the 1990s. I'm really dating myself here, but I have full confidence in his capabilities to represent the city of Monte Sereno. So with that, is there a motion?
I would be honored to nominate Barry Chapin for representative.
Sorry, I was going to clarify. We have Councilmember Mekachuk who already made the motion. So there we could go with the
I
second.
would second it.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
So you're now officially our representative, Mr. Chafin.
For another 2 years.
Once again,
No term limits on this position.
That's right.
Thank you, Barry.
All right, I'd also like to thank Marcia Onstanding for initially volunteering and then withdrawing and making our decision a lot easier. Okay, next item on the agenda is consider and approve the fiscal year 2024-2026 operating and capital budget. There is a staff report on this.
Yes, there is, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank the council members and the city staff for conducting two budget work study sessions to come up with our current proposed fiscal year 2024, 2026 budget. With that, I'm referring to this presentation. That's I left a hard copy on your desk. So going to page 2, I'm just going to summarize at a top level the budget. So total fiscal year 2024-25 proposed budget revenues is 5.8 million, and I'm referring to column F. 5.8 million versus 5.8 million in the FY 2024 mid-year budget, which is column C. General operating revenues 4.8 million versus 4.7 in the FY 2024 mid-year budget, which is 0.1 million or 4% higher versus last year's or this current year's mid-year budget. This increase was primarily driven by higher property taxes. So what I'd like to do here is on the columns on this page, I'd like to focus in on the operating revenues for the city. And what I'm comparing is columns B with column A, and then I'll be comparing columns I with column B. So with respect to the projected general revenues, operating revenues for fiscal year 2025, we're looking at a total of 4.7 million. And if we take a look at the highlights of our revenue stream, you'll see that 63% of our revenues comes from property taxes. And that's the case in both fiscal year 25 and 26. 17% is from licensing, 10% franchise tax, and interest on our T-bills investments is 4%. So that accounts for approximately 94% of the total source revenues for the city. And so in looking at specifically at the property taxes for the fiscal year 2025, we increased it by 5% over the mid-year budget. The mid-year budget reflects the estimated tax revenues that we will collect for this fiscal year. And that 5% basis or increase was based on an assessor's, Santa Clara County Assessor's Report that shows the growth of property within the municipality, city of Monte Sereno. The same 5% was also applied to 2026, giving us a total projected tax revenue of 3.1 million in 2026. License and permit fees, that was increased by 2.6% to reflect the increase, projected increase in permit rates scheduled for the start of fiscal year 2025. And then from that base, we increased that by another 5%. 5% for fiscal year 2026, giving us to a total permit and license fee revenues of 847. Franchise tax, that was increased by 7.5% to 476,000. And that's based on the fact that franchise fees have been increasing, namely in the water and utilities. The rates have increased, and hence the revenues that they get will increase, and hence our franchise tax revenues increases as well. And then the last portion of source revenues, 4% coming from interest. Just so you know, we're investing most of our reserves, unrestricted reserves in laddered T-bill strategy, earning approximately 5%. And so that gets us to the 206 for fiscal year 2005, 2016, we're looking at, I'm sorry, 2026, a total of 216,000. Total revenues, again, for fiscal year 2025, we're looking at about 4.7 million. And then for fiscal year 2026, 4.9. And again, this is just general operating revenues that we're expecting to achieve next fiscal year.
That's a question. On franchise fees, franchise tax, who sets that? Do we have any control on what the franchise tax is gonna be, or is that just set by?
It's
DEP or somebody else?
yeah, they're charged a certain rate on the franchise taxes. And as a result, it's a function of that rate times their revenues that they collect.
Who sets that rate? Do we have any control on what that rate is or not?
The city council has franchise agreements with, say, the Comcast cable company, those type of entities. So whatever it is in the agreement.
So we have some control. It's a negotiation process, basically, you're saying? Or are we stuck with it?
Not really. I think you have to send it to the voters if you want to increase it.
Or you have to send it to the voters?
I think so, to increase franchise fees, to increase, it's like a tax that has to be voted on, I'm pretty sure. But we can look into that.
It depends on what the franchise fee is. So we do have, franchise fees that we recover from the solid waste collector. And that is set by, the JPA board, but it's influenced by, input from staff. We recently did a study to determine what that amount should be in light of a recent case that came down questioning whether or not franchise fees were appropriate. And then others that are done through the state, and we don't have anything to do with that, and that would be cable, things like that.
I guess we should know the ones we have some control over.
Right, so solid waste is, however, our control is limited by this case that's currently working through the system that is trying, the plaintiffs in the case allege that it's a tax required, which requires voter approval.
I have a question / comment. And I have a property in Los Gatos, but also in Monte Sereno. And whatever we put in as a franchise tax fee, it's a complete flow through to the ratepayer. Like if you take a look at your bill, you'll see a line item that says franchise fee. So if we increase it or change it, it just is a flow through, and I don't do, so here's my question with that as my statement. Do you know if there's an administrative charge on top of the franchise fee?
I don't know that answer. I have to look at it. An invoice that
Make
makes
sure
sense.
that I asked a question. And when you could deduct your property taxes, which you are no longer able to do, there was a tax benefit for the ratepayer to pay property tax, have it on your property tax roll. And anyways, that's gone away, so.
You have a comment?
I was just gonna say, as far as the solid waste franchise fee, that does include an administrative cost. That's part of that cost study that was done that came up with the percentage.
Please continue.
Okay, there are no further questions on the revenues. I'd like to review the expenditures. So I'm referring to, let's see, this is page 5. So total FY 2024-25 proposed budget expenditures, 6.7 million versus 6.2 million in the FY 2024 mid-year budget. On the operating general expenditures, 4.7 million versus 4.5. So in this case, I'm comparing columns D versus column A. Operating expenditures, 4.7 million versus 4.5 million in fiscal year 2024 mid-year budget, which is an increase of 0.2 million or 5.3%. This increase was driven by higher staff salaries and benefits. For fiscal year 26, we're looking at FY 2025-26 proposed budget expenditures of 5.4, which is column I on that page, versus 6.7 in the FY 24-25 proposed budget, and that's column F. Focusing on the operating general expenditures, I'm looking at 4.8 versus 4.7 million in fiscal year 24-25 proposed budget, which is an increase of 0.1 million or 2.4% over the proposed 2025 budget. So there I'm comparing column I against column B. So when we take a look at the city's expenditures, you'll see that this again is just.
Can I ask a question? If you can go back to the last page again. So you have an expense for building an improvement in column B for 23-24. That expense is not happening.
Let's see.
June 24, I guess is.
That's correct.
So is that gonna, so that really should be a zero at this point, and does that make a difference if that's a zero or if you have a real number on it?
Yeah.
For all the reasons are concerned?
Yeah, for the purpose of this presentation, I'm comparing what we presented in the mid-year budget as opposed to an actual forecast of what we'll spend for this fiscal year.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering.
But you're correct.
Is it flowing through to what our reserves are?
I'm sorry.
Are we counting it twice, both in the last year's budget and the coming budget? So is it affecting our bottom line as far as reserves are concerned?
Yeah, I mean, for this fiscal year, that net surplus that I'm showing there will be considerably higher. As an example, because we're not, like, for example, in column B, building and improvements, that includes the 1.2 million of expenses for the community center. And we haven't spent near that much.
Right.
So, that is correct. It would not be.
Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out, when you get down to wherever you show what our reserves are you subtracting that number?
Oh, yes.
Then
The
you're
actual-
again subtracting it for next year?
Well, for this fiscal year, for 2025, I'm showing essentially the same figures, like if you look at column E, under the non-recurring projects, like the PMP, the CIP, and the general projects, that 1,325,000 represents, primarily represents the parking lot project as well as the,
Yeah, I understand that, but do you understand my question? Are we counting it twice? You have, where you show reserves as to what we will have next year, and we subtracted this in 23, column B number also, and then you subtract column E number again?
no, because what this reflects is, I kind of see what you're asking. I guess a better approach to this, if we were comparing the mid-year budget to a proposed 2025 budget, is to show what an actual expense will be at the end of the year. So that number, for example, that in looking at column B, I'm showing 1.3 million. If I knew, well, basically, when we prepare that mid-year budget, it's showing that, look, we're still appropriating money towards that project. It's not going away. And so what I'm essentially showing is that same project will continue into fiscal year 2025 at that same level.
Okay. It'll become more clear when you show us where the results are.
Yeah,
When you get the results.
yes,
But that's what I'm. looking at.
yes.
Okay.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
I'm a little confused here because you don't have the actual expenditures here. Right? In our first meeting, you had the actuals. So why aren't you showing what we spent year to date?
Because of space constraint, I was trying to
What?
put space, I mean. I was trying to summarize, comparison of our mid-year budget versus. Fiscal year 2025 and 26. So.
Are the actuals very different from what you're showing here?
Well, it's March, it's actuals through March. For the most part, that's how the mid-year budget was built. I mean, on most of the expense items, it was on column A. Column A is probably the most accurate that you would see as actuals for the year, because that's comparing the operating budget for the city. It excludes all the non-recurring projects like the CIP projects, the general projects that we do, as well as the major building projects like the community center.
So what are we actually spending?
So what we're actually spending would be, in this case, for this, to operate the city, we're looking at column A for fiscal year 2024, column D for fiscal year 25, and column I for fiscal year 26. Now that's just the general operating budget for the city. Column B shows the projected non-recurring items that the city can choose to do or not to do.
What's your, oh, sorry.
Yes.
So in our first budget session about 4 weeks ago, we were anticipating about a 400,000 deficit this year. That's more than 2.2 million for fiscal year 25 and about 900,000 for fiscal year 26. So that is a total deficit of about 3.5 million for 3 years. Now you're showing us a deficit of just under 1 million for 25-26. It looks like you have eliminated over 2 million in expected spending. How did you accomplish that? What was removed? And are you not expecting any new or substantial revenue? Well, it's a little confusing here.
Excuse me. So
You don't have unplanned expenses, for example, any L expenses or, and the CalPERS futures. Those are, and every 3 years, we're gonna have a huge amounts from CalPERS.
So what I'm addressing, I'm sorry, Councilperson Rowena. In this presentation, what I'm showing is the general operating budget for the city, both revenues and expenditures. Those items, which I consider non-recurring, would include that CalPERS payment on our retirement system. It would also include any non-recurring projects that the city considers, again, including the community center, the parking lot project. I guess for this fiscal year, the housing element project. really all those non-recurring. What I'm trying to show here in this presentation is a comparison of the general operating budget for the city. And again, that's columns A, D, and I, just showing, here's what it costs the city to run our operations.
Okay, if you go back to your your executive summary, right, and the revenue. You have separated revenue and expenses into the general fund, and then you have this projects category, right? So is it correct to think of the general fund items as baseline, ongoing, recurring revenue and expenses?
That's exactly that.
Okay, so if the answer then is yes, then this is the minimum necessary to keep the doors open and provide essential governmental services, right?
That's correct.
So this means that the city's day-to-day expenses consumes our entire yearly revenue down, and we'll have 25,000 left over, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So then you have this thing called structural surplus or deficit, right?
Yes,
You're not counting projects there, right?
that's correct.
So the statement is correct. A structural surplus is how do we get money to fund projects that do not come with their own separate funding?
Well, they do. And that's going to be outlined in the slides when I present the CIP projects, non-recurring projects. So what I'm addressing here again is just the general budget, operating budget for the city. Now our reserves,
So yeah, let's go to reserves. In the executive summary, you have, are you projecting that our reserves will be unchanged at 5.2 million at the end of fiscal year 25 and 26?
well, in total, I guess if we want to fast forward to discussing the operating plan, general operating plan, plus the non-recurring projects, the CIP projects, the general projects, and the PMP projects.
Okay, but unplanned expenses are not in here, right?
So the answer to your question is, in fiscal year 2025, you'll have a net draw of 855,000 from your total reserves. That's column F.
Okay, so in your reserve balances, you don't have unplanned expenses. If we get into a litigation expense, if you have CalPERS, future CalPERS, it's not in here.
Well, if you'd like me to, I can forward on to this presentation and show you where all that is. But I wanted to confirm that everyone understood the general operating budget for the city before going into.
Well, let's keep it in order.
Yeah,
We're going
so,
to go through your presentation.
okay,
We'll get to the special projects
yeah,
and reserves.
so,
If you can go back to the slide to the page you were looking at, which is the column A and column, yeah, that one. Okay, so Ronald, let me see if I understand this correctly. If I look at column A, we're gonna spend, to keep the lights on, if you will, 4.456 million
that's correct.
for the June 30, 2024. That's going to go to 4.692, or in column G, increase by $36,000.
Correct.
Okay, so we're increasing our spending by $235,000, 236. And most of that is in personnel, $156 million, or $156,000.
That's correct.
Okay, and then the other one is administration. What's the difference between personnel and administration? Because that's $300,000.
Yeah, administration includes, like our building official, and various consultants that we hire.
Okay, so that 87,000 for the general plan is sitting in general government, right? 87.5.
That's correct.
Okay. So. My question is, what's in the 144 and what's in the 155? And what do we need to do to back that down by $150,000?
The 155 is based on the MOU, which includes the 4% increase in salary. It includes the increased rates in the health benefit allowance. That's primarily the driver in that.
That's the 8.8%, correct?
Yes.
Got it. What's in the 31.4% increase in administration?
Administration, that would include, let's see.
I don't want to be confrontational. I just
No,
want to
no, no,
understand
no.
what's in the numbers, and I'm
Yeah.
standing up here so I can see the numbers. I'm sorry.
No, it's related to increased costs in consulting.
Consulting is,
Yeah.
like, that's a big.
Oh, well,
term.
consulting,
Is
consulting,
it staff augmentation?
no,
Is it-
it's,
What is it advisors?
yeah, it's, in this case, it was 120,000 that was earmarked by the, City Works, our, city engineer. And the other increase, in that is about 40,000 in, building official expenses, our, Alana consultant.
How much of those 40,000 is a pass through to on the fee side? And I guess you'd have to go up to the revenue number just to see what that offset is. Because if we're paying 40,000 more, you know,
Well, we have projected increase in, revenues. And hence, more volume in, plan checking. So that's how that correlates.
can you go up to the revenue line and show me where that increase is, please?
That's in the, building permits.
Yep. Yeah, that's.
That's, so it's,
No, I need to see those two columns.
yeah, here.
This is a very good page, and I know it's, the font is very small, but it's because it's big, and I get that. So, no, go, you can make it smaller, I'm okay, I just want to go over and see the column to the left, right? What the row is. So licenses and permits. So our license and permits are going up by 69,600 or $70,000, but our costs are going up by 140.
That's correct.
I'm not sure we have a revenue problem, I think we have an expense problem. And we were talking about the recovery of our fees and to either not make money, but not lose money, right? We shouldn't be subsidizing anything, we should be recovering what our costs are. And if our costs are going up by 144 and our revenues are going up by 70, I've got a hard time with that.
Yeah, what's included in that, column D, licensing and permits, it's that 2.6%, increase in permit rates. And I know,
So
that was gonna reconsider that increase, later on in this next fiscal year.
Oh, that's what our
But-
city attorney talked to us about.
Yeah,
So would the 69,600 increase to cover the 144? The 16, Kirsten, you understand that if we haven't included the increase in fees, because we have to do a resolution and go through all those, through protocol. the 69.6 is what our agreed upon increase is, but we have to do more things. So my question is, do you expect that to be another 69.6 or more than that? Or less than that, because our costs are going up in that line item by 144K.
I think it would cover it, only if, you have a function of rate and volume.
Yeah.
I don't think the increased rate will deter folks from submitting a permit.
So the only thing that, what we talked about, at the last meeting was bringing forward, adjustments to address the cost of living adjustments that are in the MOU. And I think at least one portion of that increase, that 140, is not covered by that because it's through a consultant. So that's not going to cover, that adjustment won't cover his costs. If we did a more, a deeper analysis of those fees, we may be able to generate more, but we were only looking at the cost of living adjustment for staff.
Understood. So let's go back to the other big number. If you could scroll down, because I want to look at column G under in the cost side, the expense side. So this is the 8.8% increase, right, in personnel.
Yes.
I was asking in the last two sessions, what are the number of full-time equivalents in column A and column D and column I? And I still haven't seen any FTE analysis.
Yes.
Is it buried in the text?
Yeah, it's in the text. So the quick answer is in column D and column I, it's 9 FTE.
That's not people, that's not headcount, that's FT, full-time equivalents. correct?
Yeah, full-time equivalent.
Okay.
It's actually on page number 6 of the presentation.
Yeah, it's
The FTEs and part-time.
and
It's
then
in here.
one part-time person in column D and column I.
See, I think you're assuming that our cost increases are reasonable and that revenue is the problem. I think it's gonna be up the other way around.
Could you repeat that, Rowena? I didn't understand.
I said,
Well, he's asking a question of
Oh.
Reynolds, I think.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think you're assuming that our cost increases are reasonable. And that revenue is the problem, right?
Yeah, I mean.
But I think it's exactly the opposite. It's gonna be. Revenue's gonna be the problem.
Well, potentially, because, and that's why I shared this screen. When I did my analysis, your risk is really in property taxes, and property taxes for the city of Monte Sereno is stable and growing. And so because that accounts for 63% of your revenues, looking at licenses and permits, it's only, I shouldn't say it's only 17% of your total revenues, but in looking at that, it's really, to me, it's a function of volume. Will people submit more permit activity? I mean, I tend to look at it from a different perspective where, I'm looking at the state of the economy and the propensity for people to submit permits to do renovations or to do major projects in their homes, which generates permit revenue for the city. And when I did a trend analysis and looking at what it's been over the last 3-4 years, I noticed a pattern where it was higher during the times of lower interest rates. And so your correlation is more that rather than looking at specific permit rates. So I'm looking more at, from an economic point of view, is the volume increasing as it correlates to the ability to borrow money against those projects that residents want to pursue.
All right.
So I don't know if that answers your question in terms of.
For example, in fiscal year 25, right? Our budget revenue is 5.8 million. And then our expenses is 6.7 million. So 900,000 will go to reserves. That's even without unexpected expenses. And our reserves, because our reserves is 5.2.
Well, I'm sorry, you want me to fast forward to the bottom line of everything? So,
I'm just trying to understand the logic that you put into this.
I would recommend that we continue with the presentation, get to the end and try to save the questions for the end. Because I think some of those questions could be answered during the next few pages of the presentation.
I have a question. I'm also bothered by Councilman Intersect for the 144,000 increase in, is that the administration cost? Is it necessary? The permits are what they are right now. Do you expect them to go up to? I guess you don't expect them to go up, so we have a deficit of $144,000. Well, is the personnel and the staff spending the time that is completely required? Maybe the city manager can help us with that, because I'm really getting concerned whether we're overstaffed or too much time is being spent. Mortgage interest rates have gone up, so there's fewer applications coming in. Why do we have such a big jump? Probably for the city manager.
I suspect if.
No, it's for the city manager.
Oh.
I think, if you don't mind, Mr. Hernandez.
So tonight we're presenting a budget document that is a balanced budget to the city council. It's in its final form. We had 2 pre-budget sessions. And all of these numbers were available in the 2 pre-budget sessions. And we're just trying to have you, this should be almost like an automatic rubber stamp, because we've kind of gone through all these issues. But in answering your questions, when permit volume is up, permit revenue is up. When permit volume is down, permit revenue is down. Has there been much impact in Monte Sereno? When we had the pandemic, we were all scared that things were gonna get really bad and nothing was gonna happen. And conversely, we had a huge volume of permit activity. We had very low interest rates. Things have not really slowed down too much, even though there has been an increase in interest rates. There seems to be a lot of money out there. There seems to be a lot of development still happening in Monte Sereno. There's a lot of properties being turned over, and we're getting a lot of applications for permits. When it comes to a specific number on this budget, whether there's $144,000 in cost versus a perceived $70,000 in revenue, I can't answer that question tonight. I'm sure if we had our building consultant here, he may be able to answer that question. But to make a long story short, we do a pretty good job of recapturing. And we just did an analysis since the last meeting internally here, with your question to 2.6 versus the 4%. Increases in the staff wages, and it was determined from our internal analysis that we were recapturing the revenue. There's not a direct correlation. There's a very complicated formula that can be explained when we bring that forward to council, but we don't have that information to present this evening. So my recommendation would be to try to make it through the complete presentation and collect your questions for the end. And
yeah, no, I think
see how we go.
You've done a better job than you were at last time, but
It's
in a sense, you're asking us to approve a budget and approve these expenses. So if you're not comfortable with this, then we can't approve those.
the document we prepared this evening was based on the feedback directly taken from council in the 2 previous budget study sessions.
Yeah, but this is an ongoing question. This is what your staff expenses are going to be next year. This is what you're asking us to approve as expenses for next year. And we're saying that jump of $144,000 initially justified.
And I agree with what you just said, right? I think we're routinely spending more than what we take in. Long term, this is not sustainable. So if you look at, if you look at fiscal year 26, right? Same thing. And it's gonna be difficult to approve a budget if we don't really understand how we can control our expenses.
Okay, unless there are any further questions, I suggest we move on and keep going.
Okay.
We'll never get through this.
So again, just want to summarize in terms of your expenditures, 41% is personnel, police services, 26, admin, 13, general government, 9, 5%, maintenance. I'm sorry, and so to conclude there, your net surplus, which is the difference between your recurring revenues minus your recurring expenses. It's 25,000 for fiscal year 25 and 146,000 in fiscal year 26. When we last met during our review session, budget review session, I think I presented the surplus of 87. Well, since that meeting, staff has gone back and relooked at the number. The major change in this number from going from 87 down to 25 is really this piece here. It's a road impact fee revenues that should have gone to the CIP projects. So that really accounts for most of that change. Other changes that were made from that last budget session meeting is a 2.6% increase in the permit fees, the rate. And we reduced office expenses by 10,000. We eliminated the landscape maintenance person, 7,000. And we eliminated a couple software licensing fees for 2 programs. That was a total of 15. Resulting in going from 87,000 to 25,000 in surplus. Next year's surplus is expected to be 146. If there are no further questions on that. So from that budget, now I'm going to the capital projects, the non-recurring projects that the city has considered. During our last review session, we went through each project and identified which projects we should keep and which ones we should defer till next time. The first one is the flock cameras. We revisited that actual cost. And it turns out it'll be 60,000 for the cameras itself, and then 50,000 a year in maintenance costs. So that's how we arrived at the 110.
How many block cameras? I got that. How many block cameras are you still budgeting?
The plan calls for 17 cameras.
Yeah, probably had a discussion on reducing that number.
We were going to bring that to council at a future date. Future public hearing.
May I ask?
All of these projects are at the council's discretion. We can choose not to do them or do only part of it. This is very different from the expense budget.
Yeah. So this is separate. Again, I broke the presentation in 2 parts. One is the recurring general operations of the city budget, which is the revenues and expenses. That's what you need as a minimum to sustain our office. The other aspects which council has the option of including in the budget is listed here, L through S. And so, I'm sorry, L through U. And during our last review session, we went through each project and identified some risk and opportunities there. And were asked various questions. We updated the block camera information. I think originally it was projected to be 50,000, but after further due diligence, it turns out that it's 110. 60,000 is new cameras. I think Steve just said it's 17 cameras. And then it would be 50,000 a year maintenance or licensing fees to maintain those cameras. So in this example, if you choose not to do that, you would save the city 110,000 and any draws from our reserves.
Plus maintenance, right?
Well, that's included there.
But recurring maintenance.
Yes. I mean, if you decided not to do that project, then you would save the city, you would not spend or draw down from the city's reserves 110,000.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Have we thought about going to the Los Gatos Monte Sereno Police Department for them to shoulder the cost of those flock cameras that belong to Los Gatos? Because once we pick it up, then we're committed for life that we're gonna be maintaining those cameras.
So for the purposes of the budget document this evening, we put these numbers in there as a projection. And council can decide in the future whether or not they would like to have the flock cameras installed and all the other details of how that will happen and who will be paying for it, et cetera, et cetera. But what we presented this evening is based on a quotation, a projection. Within a balanced budget document, if council decides in the future not to implement the flock cameras, well then there's $110,000 more in the, in the general or in the reserves. If council decides to move forward with it in some capacity, the worst case scenario will be is about 112,000, whatever. It could be lower depending on the configuration or who's paying for what or how many cameras there are. But that is a future discussion, a future staff report, a future agenda item, probably in August.
And so at our budget workshop meeting, we said that we were going to leave that number in there and wait till we see the actual plan of the 17 cameras, where they're gonna be located. We were going to get a presentation from Flock. We're gonna get a presentation from the Los Gatos Monte Sereno Police Department justifying the number and the location of the cameras. And at that point, the council will make a decision as to how we want to proceed with that, correct? Isn't that what I understood?
That is correct, yes.
Yes. Okay, so really, that number is irrelevant to the budget discussion as of this point. Because it's not part of our operations expenses, it's going to be a project that's going to be paid for with surplus or from our reserve fund at some point in the future, correct?
Correct. It's essentially a placeholder if the council decides to move forward with that project in the future.
And if we do move forward with it, then in the future, we will have to budget for the ongoing license and maintenance costs of the cameras, which are approximately $3,000 a year per camera, correct?
That is correct.
All right.
So may I make a comment here? You keep calling this a balanced budget. This is not a balanced budget, right? We're drawing down our reserves by $1 million. So it's not balanced.
Maybe. If we decide to do all these projects, then yes, you're correct. But it's completely.
But right now, when you say, oh, we have a balanced budget, no, we don't have a balanced budget. We're drawing this down by $1 million.
I'd like to address your point. What I think Mr. Leonardis is saying is the net surplus deficit on the ongoing operations in the general fund is 25,000, and he's referring to that as a balanced budget. Those are all what I'd call program expenses or operating expenses. In the green columns here, these are discretionary, and these are not going to be spent as part of the city's ongoing expenditures. any of those, any and all of those items will come to council for us to decide, is it yes or no? Because those are not ongoing programs or ongoing things. They're one time, they're capital in nature.
So does it go in the general fund or the project? Right,
It's part of the projects,
okay.
not recurring.
It's the capital improvement project budget is a separate document within the budget. As Councilmember Mekachek mentioned, we have an operational piece, which is balanced, which has the $24,000 surplus, which is projected to have $146,000 surplus next year. And all those other items, if council decides to move forward on those projects individually, yes, those could potentially draw on the reserves.
I guess it's very clear to me. I don't know what.
I guess I want to do also, if once you budget for something, it's almost like you're saying it's a priority item. On the floor cameras, the 50,000 is not a one-time expense, it's gonna be yearly, so does that belong? Does the regular maintenance projections, do they belong in the operational side?
It would,
Stay in the capital side.
yes, it would if you adopted it, and
that's right.
it becomes included in the ongoing budget, because in this case, like, in the fiscal year 2026 budget, I'm showing that as a $50,000 expense next year. Only because if you decide not to do that project at all, then that 50,000 goes away as well.
It's in column D, correct? That's the six.
Yeah, no, for now, the 110
The
is in
110
column L. The 50,000, so I'm included it in column L because I wanted to show to count.
Right, but over to the left in column D, you've got a corresponding number in there, don't you? Under block cameras?
Column D, no, that's strictly the general operations of the city.
Oh, okay, and then over on the right hand,
So
well,
column E is the sum of columns L through S.
R, yeah,
Through S.
yeah.
Again,
But in the 2025-26 budget for the operating, you have increased, or well,
Yeah,
have
that's-
you increased that?
yeah, that's here.
Shouldn't that go into operational expenses?
So that's here.
You got it on J in your expenditures, I think.
See, here I have it as 50,000 column L. But I was looking at it, if you decided not to do that, then that project would be eliminated in 2025 and in 2026.
Yeah, but when you're doing the budget, it's like we're doing it. I said, when you propose the budget, it's like we're doing it, so if you're doing the flocks, you're assuming the flocks are gonna get done. We'll spend 110,000, then the 50,000, the following year becomes an operational expense, not a
Yes.
capital expense.
I would, but
It belongs in the.
I kept it as a non-recurring project because,
It isn't.
yeah, I guess, yeah, the 50,000 would become a recurring.
Yeah, so then
For next year.
deficit for, in column I would become, I guess it's still a surplus, but it'll be reduced by 50,000.
Yes.
Yeah. But I kept it separate because it's a project that you can do or not do.
You're budgeting for it, so it's like you're assuming you're gonna do it. City council may decide not to do it, but when you're budgeting something, those projects are the ones that we're assuming are gonna get done, that's why they're in the budget.
That's correct. But because I'm required to show the difference between an operating budget, both revenues and expenses, and the non-recurring projects.
I get that,
That's
in
why-
2026, it's not gonna be a non-recurring. If you do this, in 2026, it becomes an operating
It
expense.
becomes,
Yes, yes.
it becomes.
So yes, I would shift that 50,000 to a recurring expense, reducing the 147 surplus to like 90 and change.
Yeah, there's a lot.
So you're absolutely correct.
For sure what you're doing.
Are there
Right,
any other items like that in the budget where it will, if we do the capital expenditure, it triggers a increase in the operating expenses that is not offset by an increase in revenue?
I don't think any major, I'm just thinking of
Community center.
the community center.
Yeah.
I think the staff that we have here would be enough to maintain that building. I mean, it's basically it's unlocking the door and turning on the lights. I mean, we probably have added expense for someone to clean it. But I don't think that's going to be thousands of dollars. I think it's gonna be minimal. And then if we decide to rent it, who knows what that will be? And I think any rental charge would offset any additional expenses for overtime staff to unlock the doors. So I think it's, in my opinion, I think it's a wash. But
Okay, so our 93, whatever the number is for the budget surplus in 2025, 2026 is not at risk.
no.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay, so the other thing too is we're gonna have some operating expenses that we don't have here, like community expense, right? The $58,000 if we do CalPERS. I mean,
CalPERS in here somewhere?
I'm sorry?
The CalPERS payment, that's what we paid, is that?
Yes, so let me go back to the beginning of 2025, non-recurring, budgets. So I laid it out the same way I did, in the last study session. So here you have, the flock cameras, 110. The next project is City Hall painting the exterior. I think we projected 25. So the difference between the total expenditures and net surplus, or net deficit in this case, it's the same figure. So that means there's no source revenues identified to pay for that. So hence, it's going to be a draw to from our reserves. The next project is the UAL, the unfunded accrued liabilities. We reduced it to that 10-year payment plan, which totals 58,000 from that 500,000 that we had in the last study session.
And then did you include that same 58 in the following year?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and is that in the ongoing column, or is that a one, is it?
I'm putting it on the one time.
Okay, so we have
Because we
the
can put
90,000, it gets ground down by another 60,000 then.
Yes, if you include it now in as a recurring
Yeah.
expense, yes.
Okay,
Yes,
so our
Fine.
90 is now down to 30,
yes.
okay?
General plan revision, 87,005, and I'm told that's a 2-year project. So you'll see that expense this year, I'm sorry, 2025 and in 2026. You have the.
So that's another one where if we do it in 24, 25, then it automatically is included in 25, 26. So now our 30 is now minus 60.
Yeah, if you want to do it that way, yes, yes.
Well, we can't
Yes.
do half and
I
then
mean,
stop
yes,
it.
yes. But see, it's gonna end that year,
Yes, I
and
understand.
so the following year, then that
It'll bump up.
surplus, yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah, that's why I want
I
to
understand.
yeah, it's kind of like I want to see ongoing margins for the city. That way it shows how efficient the city is in managing their revenues and expenses. So that's the general plan revision project. And then, of course, we all know the community center building. You'll see a difference of the 1.2 million and the 504.
Just so we can get a baseline. The 58,000 is now going to be moved to operating expenses for all these years. For next year and all that when you redo this thing.
Yeah, for the purpose of this presentation, I put it in as a non-recurring item
It
for
is,
next year.
so should we move it to the right place?
If it's adopted, yes, then you would move to,
You don't have a choice.
next year.
So our 25 then turns into minus, I mean, it sounds to me like that 58,112 it should really be a recurring item.
Yes.
Because it's a 10-year commitment.
15 years.
15.
Yes, it has to be, can't be any more return than that.
Actually, this one's a 10-year. It's a 10-year.
Whatever.
10 years, 15 years, doesn't matter, I'll be turned out.
Well, it's 48,000 versus 52.
By that time, it'll change. It'll be twice as much.
And then next year, I guess next year, like this year, you know, the resolution said that you would normally pay it all off. Next year, or in 2026, maybe you'll consider another number as opposed to, you know, this baseline 58,000.
Maybe you will, but right now you're presenting a
But
budget.
for the purpose of
If you're
this
presenting it,
budget,
it should be in the right column. It is a regular recurring expense.
okay,
It belongs to the right column. So that we know how much our deficit is, and, you know,
Right.
we have to deal with it.
Yeah,
Figure out how to do it.
the 25 is a negative
25.
35 now.
right.
I have just a quick question about. The UAL is going to be an ongoing issue. Is it possible to set up a separate account for the UAL? And kind of manage that separately? So that it doesn't always occur inside of the budget? And it can be something that we have a little bit more flexibility, where we might be able to do some investments on those funds that are in there and keep them strictly for UAL purposes? Are we allowed to do that?
You could set up separate accounts for bookkeeping purposes, but ultimately it's general fund, but you could set it aside with the intention that it would be used for that purpose. Future councils could always change that, but you could set it up that way.
Okay,
Yeah, because we have, like, for our general fund, we're currently investing that according to our investment policy. And right now it's in that T-bill ladder strategy. It's about 4.6 million.
right.
So it's, your idea would be to take part of that and put it into a different investment strategy or investment policy. The next project is the community center. We obviously have some grants that go against that 1.2. So hence the net cost to the city is 500,000. We have that green.
Stormwater.
Yeah, that stormwater infrastructure, 125. There are no grants identified against that. So it would be a draw on the reserves. And then-
On that item, I had asked that, I think I connected, I can't remember if it was you or Steve, with Sheila Tucker to determine if that was required or not and how much flexibility. Steve, do you follow up on that?
Yes, currently I'm working with city engineer, Daryl.
Oh, sorry, it was Daryl. Yes, Daryl Emberley.
Yes, and,
Daryl Jordan.
Daryl Jordan, we're seeing if we could, take a different, approach to this project is to trim some dollars off of it. I think we're only required to have 8,000 square feet of pavement. There's also the possibility that we can incorporate it with the landscaping out front of this building. Which we may be redoing anyway as part of a community center project to eliminate a majority of the cost of this, item. So.
May I ask a question about the community center then here, since we're on it? What about the operating expense for the community center? We can't just unlock the doors, we have to manage the usage. Where does that go and when do we start looking at that?
I think you answered that question 5 minutes ago.
Yes, we did. So again, what I said earlier, a few minutes ago, is that I don't believe that the incremental cost to maintain that building, the city would be able to cover it, with our existing, staff. I think the only time that you'd have extra charges is if you decide to rent it. Someone has to be here, a city staff member probably has to be here to unlock it. And then to close it out. And of course, that would, I suspect that those costs would be embedded in the rental fee that one would charge. And of course, you'll probably have added expense for electricity if you're gonna cool it and heat it, and then water.
We'll also have expenses for personnel, right?
Well, that's what I was just saying.
We can't have our city clerk manage the community center.
Councilmember Turner, do you have an idea on how this is expensive? You want to budget some number for those expenses?
Yeah,
2,500, 5,000?
I don't,
Throw some, I think you should keep something in there for maintenance expenses.
But let's also remember, if it has solar panels on it, that it will generate more power because it'll be energy efficient. It'll generate more power than what it uses. And that will reduce the operating expenses for City Hall. I personally think if it's an energy efficient building, it will be essentially, you'll have a capital cost, which is being offset by grants. But it will pay for itself. I mean, that's the whole point of investing in energy efficient buildings, is you're reducing your ongoing expenses.
yeah, but we spent $260 last month alone for water.
Yeah, I think you're probably right, Councilmember, but it may not hurt to budget something for it, just in case. If it's 1,000, 2,000, 2,500, put some number in it just as
I
a.
mean, the personnel is very high. Look at what happened to us, right?
I think you have many personnel, overhead maybe.
Here? We're not gonna get, unless you change their job description, that's not part of their JDs. So we're gonna have to address that.
If staff thinks they can manage it with the existing people, then let's take their word for it.
It'll have to be done, I guess.
So I'm not going to argue about that with them.
I don't believe that we would require additional staff
Yeah.
to manage that, building.
But out of all these projects that we're discussing now, this one to me has the biggest uncertainty, both from a financial and a timing point of view, because to be honest, we don't know what we're going to build and when we're going to build it. So this is again, a placeholder number that will change.
So I think what I hear you're saying is that we're not going to put this on the go side of the list right now.
Right.
It's, once we vote on this, it'll be officially in stasis until we resurrect it again.
But like any other
Did
project.
you say?
The talk that I'm hearing right now is that we are not moving forward with the community center. It is currently on ice. Right,
So I'm not hearing that at all.
Yeah, I don't think we want to get
that's
there.
what I thought I was hearing.
I don't think I want to go there because there's a 500,000 subsidy that's gonna go away if we don't move forward with it. So we have to move forward and then we have to raise that $500,000 difference. We have this great committee that's supposed to be.
Well, I mean,
So let's
it's
wait.
in stasis until we hear from the fundraising committee. If they come up and say, hey, guys, we just raised $50, $100 or $200, then yeah.
Let's move on that.
Then
Let's move
Then
on.
we're not gonna move on, but if they come back and say, hey, we just raised $300,000, well, now let's start talking about it again.
Well, what I was saying, and I'm sorry if I was confusing, that this number is a placeholder.
Yeah, right, I mean, we're not authorizing to move forward with it
No,
tonight, that's all
not at all.
I'm saying.
We can't because we don't know what it is.
Correct.
So.
Well, actually, we've already
Purely a
used it.
placeholder.
So it's officially in stasis right now.
But one scenario is that we can agree on what it's going to look like, and then it goes out to bid, and then the bids come back, and then we make a decision on it.
Right,
That only after the bids come back and we make a decision, does it come out of the placeholder and get locked in, just like every one of these other projects, except I don't think the general plan, I mean, I think we have to go forward with that, but we still have to see what the budget is for that. The block cameras is the same thing.
Yeah.
Like, City Manager Leonardis, and Finance Director Reynolds. Is this correct that these items in the green will come back to us?
So they are in there as the capital improvement budget as placeholders. We have to show that if they were ever to happen, this is the source of, the funding. This is what they would cost the city. But yes, each and every one of these items will come back to you for individual approval.
Okay.
Staff will not act on their own to build the community center.
And the final number that you will present to the council may be different from what you're showing here. Some of these are estimates, okay?
That is correct.
Okay. Let's move on.
Okay, so, the next project is, the PMP project. One is on Twin Creeks, total 290. We identified, 150, 160 of the grant money. Actually, we're exceeding, the cost of that. So we're actually getting a surplus, which would be added to our streets reserves, about 29,000. And then on the west Ellenwood, we found source funding for that. So no cost no charge against our reserves. So when you add up all these non-recurring projects, that's a total of 880,000 against your total reserves. So when you combine that with the surplus, your net charge to your reserves is 150, call it 860,000. Questions?
Understood.
So moving on to the 2000, and then this is a little bit detail of all the source fundings and what the grants are in this document. So just skipping over to, and this shows the flow of funds from our reserves. Just summarizing all the source revenues that's going against the and the respective amounts. Let's see. And then again, this summarizes the flow of funds. For fiscal year 2025, we're assumed to start the year a total of reserves of 6 million. Again, we had the the surplus of 26,000 from the general operating fund.
Where does the 6 million come from?
That's the total balance, projected balance at year end, June 30th, 2024.
Isn't it 5.2?
No, that's the end of, that's the projected balance at the end of this fiscal year. So June 30th, 2024. That's the starting base. So from that, we add 26 million from the general operations. That's that surplus I alluded to earlier.
Excuse me, talking about 26 million?
No, 26,000.
25.5?
25.5
A million or thousands?
thousands. This is to the nearest, this is all thousands.
All right, makes sense.
I should have put that there. Yeah, this is thousands. So we got 26,000 from the general fund. Then if we did the flock cameras, it's a draw of 110. City Hall maintenance project, 25, 58 for the unfunded liabilities, 87, 88 for the general plan revision. Community center, 504, storm drain infrastructure, 125. We have a surplus of 29,000 for the Twin Creeks project. Break even on the West Ellenwood Avenue. Dave's Avenue. I don't think there was a Dave's Avenue. Oh, yeah, there was. So we have funding for that. So total draw from our reserves 855, leaving a balance of 5.2 million projected. Assuming we did everything that we said we would do in this budget. And so how that, so that's how that fiscal year would end. Going to fiscal year 2026. Again, didn't have too many projects listed, other than, I guess, the block cameras. Of course, if we adopted that, or if we actually did that, the $50,000 a year would move over to recurring. But I put it here as a placeholder, so that if we decided not to do it, then it's an easy fix to just eliminate it. 40,000 in 2026 for roof and gutter replacement for City Hall. We projected that to be 40,000. And then, of course, we have that unfunded accrued liability, which we just said that it should be moving over to the general fund category, but I put it here as a placeholder so that we're identifying it separately. Then we have this final year of the general plan revision of 88,000. Then we had 360,000 for the PMP project, the pavement management program. 360, we already identified, I guess, a difference of 260 and change of source revenues for that. I'm sorry, let me retract that. We would actually have a surplus of 108 because we identified monies for that project exceeding that that 360 amount. So total draw, if we did all that, or actually surplus would be 18,000, almost 19,000 to our total reserves. So to summarize the change in reserves from that, again, as a.
Can you make it a little smaller so that we can see more of it?
Yeah, let's see. So as the balance, this 5.2 million represents the balance of reserves at the end of June 30th, 2025. So if we continue with that balance, we start that fiscal year at 5.2 million. We have an addition of 146 to the operating reserves. Again, the $50,000 draw for the clock cameras, 40,000 draw from the City Hall maintenance, 58 draw for the UAL, 88 for the general plan revision. And then, of course, we have that surplus of 108,000 that goes back to the street maintenance fund, 108. Giving a total net draw of 19,000, I'm sorry, 19,000 surplus. Giving you an ending projected balance at the end of June 30th, 2026 of 5.2 million. And then I have here a recap of how the balances look by those respective fund balances. So as you can see, at least for the general fund, we're projecting a 4.7 million at the end of 2025. An increase in 2026, $4.7 million general fund balance. And then just taking those numbers and looking at our policies that we have, it says that your proposed general fund expenditures should
You move it over a little bit so we can see the numbers. Yeah.
So based on those numbers, the way I've laid it out, for the general fund expenditures, we were looking at 4.7 million or 4,692,000. The total proposed reserve balance, which is this number here, is 4,668,000. the difference is like 24,000. Our reserve policy says that we should have 12 months of reserves. Well, that calculates to 11.9 months. We're 24,000 short of that number. For fiscal year 26, that same calculation comes out to 11.8 months of reserves. And then the other calculation that I have to share with you is in looking at the GAN calculation, which is a limit on expenditures that a city should make or can make. When you take a look at the total expenditures, under this calculation, which I guess these variables are provided by the state in this calculation, the total appropriations subject to the limit is 9.9 million. Our budget that I just presented shows a total of 6,698,000, which means we're 2.2 million under that limit, so we're okay there.
Question, where did you get the 8,572,759 number?
That's based on an ongoing calculation that started back in, I think, 1990. Yeah, it started back in June 5th, 1990, where they passed a Proposition 111, where various factors are given to each city based on a per capita change. And in this case, it was a 3.62% change. And then the population change factor was.
That part I understand, I just don't know where you get that 8,572,759.
Oh, that's how I'm getting it. That's what I'm
Well, you
explaining.
don't get it from there.
So I calculated using this factor here.
And so what did you,
And so this factor is multiplied from last year's figure.
yeah, but the last year's figure, where did that come? Because I think I had the same problem last year. And it turned out the number was just you were multiplying numbers by itself.
Yeah, so
It was a loop rather than.
so you're built from the base year of 1990. There was a base number that was established. And then every year, the cities.
Can I request you go back and check that, because I looked at it last year also, and it looked like it was just a loop, you're multiplying numbers with themselves and coming up with it, so take a look at the source of that number, see if it is correct, or it was just a error that's been perpetuating itself. Could you just do that? I mean,
Okay,
I don't need to discuss that further.
I did verify the numbers before putting it in this document. And so what this number reflects is a growth of the previous number based on these two.
No, I got that one, I got that one.
So
Thank you.
I did verify that this is the correct number for last year as a starting basis.
And that's what I'm saying, that number is wrong, go back to the source, see where it came from.
Okay,
Thank you. But we're okay as appropriate.
but we're okay. We're within the appropriations limit as set by the state. And then there was a 5-year capital improvement project as provided by our city engineer. And a little bit of commentary on those. But for the fiscal year 2025 and 26, these figures have been incorporated in our budget. So that's really all I got for my presentation.
If you could please go back to the reserve calculation.
This one here? Oh, sorry.
Scroll down a
It's the
little
one that said this.
bit. No, scroll down. The one that shows the 11.8 and 11.9 or whatever.
This one?
Keep going down. So now zoom in. So if we were to do all of the capital improvement, the discretionary projects. Right?
No, this only reflects the general operating budget.
No, I understand that, but the reserves that you're using,
Are strictly the reserves, the general reserves. It's not the restricted funds. That's why I shared this slide here. So you have all these different buckets of funds. The general fund is the unrestricted funds balance. And that's what I use to calculate.
right, but in that unrestricted fund balance. Maybe you do have to go to the other one that shows where the 4624, it's where those numbers come from. I'm trying to figure out if, does this show that if we spend the money out of our reserve fund, whatever part it is for those different projects, will we still make our reserve fund requirement?
Yes, and that's why I'm showing this.
Okay,
That's
okay,
what-
that's what I thought. I just want to make sure I asked the question.
Probably a half a month off.
half
In
of
this
my
case,
thoughts.
it's like
That's de-
24,000.
Yeah, that's de minimis to me.
Yes,
I get it.
yes. That's why I show this
Okay,
calculation.
so if we were to spend all of the money in the general, in the ongoing operations, and we did all the projects that were set forth as the alternative projects, right? The placeholders, then we would still be okay on our reserve levels.
Exactly.
Other
Yes,
than
yes,
with it, okay,
because
yes,
what I did in my calculation is I looked at these projects and they were classified under these various funds. And so the way the numbers work out mathematically, based on the use of all these other available funds, and it's primarily fund number 12, which is the gas tax and traffic safety. We didn't use too much there. Most of it would come from the general fund.
yeah, that's what I thought, okay.
So you're absolutely correct.
Sure, there's a lineup for public comment on this.
Any other questions, council members?
And then in the packet, there's that fancy book that we prepared that has pretty pictures and graphs and all that. But that's also available if you want to preview that. But what I want to hone in on is the numbers that's contained, these numbers are all contained in that book. But I figured it would be easier to present it in this format so that it's easier to go through.
All right.
I hope I was as transparent as I could be. But if you have any questions, I'm open to any questions you may have.
But overall, the budget looks good. I mean, we're still keeping our 1 year reserve balance after spending all the project money that you budgeted.
Yeah, and typically we're under.
So
I mean,
if you move the things that should have been in operation from capital thing, is our reserve still going to be about 12 months?
yes,
Is that a way to calculate that?
All right, I think we're ready to open this for public comments. Seeing that there's nobody here, I'll ask if there's anybody online who wishes to comment on the budgets. If so, please raise your virtual hand.
No hand being raised.
Any further discussion?
I'll make a comment. I think that over the last 2 study sessions and tonight, we have kicked the tires pretty hard, which means that we've investigated to make sure that the numbers are what we think they are. I think we've done adequate due diligence on that. And we know that there's placeholders in there, so in our ongoing operations, it does show that we will have a quote balanced budget. And it's discretionary whether we want to spend other monies on top of that, but even if we spend all the monies on top of that, then I believe our reserve policy will still be met, and we had confirmed that. So, I wasn't sure that I could support this budget at the beginning of the meeting, and now I feel confident that I can support this.
Any other comments, council members?
Yeah, my comment is there, I think the city does need to tighten some of its expenditures. Because it will justify, things that are jumping up by $144,000 a year and there. And hopefully we've got a very smart city manager who's going to buckle down and give us a. Because that's operationally, we have to be this peaceful. I'm not sure the budget actually balances. I mean, if you throw the capital stuff that you have in capital where it belongs in operational, you're gonna have deficits on there, and I don't know if you want to say redo the numbers so that things that belong in operational show up in operational, like the retirement stuff and the clock stuff. Then we'll have a negative thing, but since we have a chance, the retirement stuff we can't do anything about, that's what have to be paid. Maybe that should go into the official side. The clock, we still have some control over, so that could probably remain the case.
It's on, what's our total expense line, 4.8 million?
4.7 for this fiscal.
Yeah, so on 4.7, right, if you're plus or minus 3%, you know, it's, I don't think that's we're pretty close. Plus, I think we're gonna be under on some of the revenues side.
Plus, we're gonna raise the permit fees more a little bit, I guess we guys are working on it too. We're working on changing the permit fees where we cover the cost of increase in staff expenses. Hopefully.
Any further comments?
None.
Go ahead.
Make a comment. I appreciate the work that Mr. Summer did, breaking this into two categories, the general fund representing revenues and expenses, and a project budget, which is much of what is discretionary, right? What I've learned from this budget session is that we're spending almost all of our recurring revenue in ourselves. That means personnel, administration, general government, office supplies, whatever. And we're spending on the minimal set of services necessary to keep the doors open. We're spending all our revenue. So virtually all our project expenses have to be funded either through grants or by drawing down our revenue. And that's what I don't feel comfortable about. I think we have a huge spending problem. We have let our expenses get totally out of control. I've looked at the expenses in great detail, and I see some expenses there that are just way off. And this kind of spending is unsustainable. And yet we have, I have a lot of concern in the coming year. We're planning to spend 800,000 more than we take in. If we put in what we want. I think to make matters worse, I don't trust this budget. It looks to me that we have not included unexpected expenses that will come from CalPERS and our liabilities. And we're the one that starts to deliver out. So I just don't feel comfortable.
All right. Thank you. Unless there are any further comments, I think. Are we ready for a vote on the budget?
Sorry, did you have comments that you would like to make?
I already made some comments offline. I've been in touch constantly in the last couple of weeks, so that's why I had very few questions during the meeting. But I personally feel that a lot of work was put into the project, into the budget, and I did not feel comfortable 4 weeks ago, but I feel a lot more comfortable now, especially after hearing the comments from other council members. So I think we should, accept this budget as it is proposed here, willing to support it.
Yeah, oh, sorry.
I also want to make a comment. I hope you guys don't take it personally. The process is a difficult process. And you've done a great job putting it together and working with us and doing the best to answer our silly questions. So we appreciate that. And thank you, Mr. Linares, for putting up with us and working with it. So the process is a continuing process.
Well,
Looking for a motion.
then I would make a motion to.
Sure.
So we do have a resolution
Oh,
that was given to you tonight.
It's,
Sorry.
It is.
Also, was there public comment?
No, we have
We
no
don't
rate.
have
We haven't been closed.
So we're looking at the resolution of the city council of the city of Monte Sereno adopting the budget for the city of Monte Sereno for the fiscal year 2024, 2026, and making appropriations therefor. Whereas, etc.
so I will make a motion approving this resolution 24, as stated by the mayor.
Seconded. I think we need to go roll call.
Yes.
To vote on this resolution.
Councilmember Makachuk,
Aye.
Councilmember Wahi,
Aye.
Councilmember Turner,
No,
Vice Mayor Craig,
Yes.
Mayor Wolshammer.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0-1.
Thanks, everybody. Budgets are always.
4-0. Oh, yes, you're right.
Yeah.
4-0.
Can I make a quick comment? So Councilmember Turner voted no, and she says that she sees a lot of problems with our expenditures, but you haven't really brought any up yet. So I would really be interested to hear your concerns when you're ready to bring them forward. So hopefully that can be done sometime soon. Because I would like the entire council to feel confident that we have a good, solid and working budget.
and what I feel uncomfortable with is really our spending.
But you
Our
said
spending is
that,
out of control and in certain areas.
yeah, and I would love to hear what those are so that we can make sure that they're addressed. So that you can feel confident.
Well,
with this.
one of it is administration.
Well, let's do this.
Yeah.
Put it on an agenda item.
I'm just saying,
We'll do an expensive discussion.
I hope we can dig down if there are any issues that anybody feels uncomfortable with. And I'm sure that we'll solve them as we go through the budget year.
Well, I will make a comment. I think there's opportunities going forward, particularly in grants. And I think that, Councilmember Alahi, you asked, Mr. Chafin if there were grants available. And I think that there are grants available, and our single biggest expenditure is other than capital, is on our roads. And that I know there are grants available. And our numbers are a fraction of what they are in other jurisdictions.
I requested that to be a future
Yes,
agenda
yes.
item.
Okay, so let's talk about other jurisdictions. Other jurisdictions, they have small, medium, and large businesses. We don't have any of that. So our residents will have to bear the cost of everything we do. And that's a thing that bothers me a lot. Is because we can't go to a business and say we're gonna raise taxes and they carry some of it. And anyway.
All right. Let's move on. Next item on the agenda is commission reports. Councilmember. Sorry, Greg.
Okay, so I attended the library JPA meeting earlier this month and had the pleasure of participating in a groundbreaking ceremony for the new adult learning annex that's being built at the main library site. And it's going to be an area that they're going to have multiple programs for everything from English as a second language, computer programming, and all sorts of different I'm gonna just say AI in general now, since it's become the topic of the day, but they're gonna have a lot of, topics that will be really, really interesting for our residents to be able to go to and participate in. At the JPA meeting, we passed our budget and said goodbye to our longtime financial officer, Chuck Griffith, who served with distinction. And I wish him well in his retirement years. So, that's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Eli.
All right. There was a mental health cities association had it's legislative action committee meeting. To consider a couple of resolutions which are critical. But then they also have a whole program on mental health advocacy. And the city association has provided every city with these signs that are supposed to be put forward in different areas of the city. And so they went through that because the mental health effort is getting quite a bit of support, and they want people to understand that it's okay to not be okay. I'm going to do these signs for you. Let people know that your fellows don't define you. It's okay not to be okay. And it's okay to ask for support.
So I'll take one for each of my kids.
Yeah, so they're all open to city manager and artists. I guess they're assigning these to you for the city managers to place these at appropriate locations. And it'd be good to do that, because they have a phone number for people to call. And a lot of people are struggling with health and committing suicide, basically. The suicide rate has really gone up after COVID. And it's a huge struggle.
Yeah, well, if you notice on there's a new 9 number, so instead of 911, it's now 988.
It's a 988 now.
So
So I would request if you're able to do that. Maybe the youth can get involved with, like, they're now getting experience in putting signs up. They can use this also. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Turner.
Yeah, I wanted to report on a meeting I had this weekend with TPAC. TPAC had 2 items on the agenda. One was for contracting for a regional wastewater facility, and the other one is a consultant agreement. One was $250,000 increase on the amount of $675 that we already are paying for. And the other one was an additional $125,000 for $5 million that we've already allocated. The problem with this is that what they keep asking for, and that's why we've been in litigation with them, is that the project delivery cost for these items is more than 100% of the construction cost. And that's what we put in the ground. And it seems to me
Sorry,
that
can you repeat that? The
project delivery cost for these items is a lot more than 100% of the construction cost. So I requested that they look at they audit the way they do their projects, their execution and their delivery. I asked them to look at the deficiencies and give us some recommended action. It was actually the first time that the chair of the committee acknowledged that, yes, we are going overboard and we will make efforts to actually look at our costs. So hopefully that will be the start, but I don't know. That's what I have to, I have something, I'll do it in comments.
Okay. Councilmember.
Silicon Valley Clean Energy, they are continuing their 4% discount to the PG&E rate. So whatever PG&E charges, they're going to be 4% less than that. In the 2025 power supply, in their planning, they are planning to get to 75% renewable resources by renewable electricity generation by 2028. There is going to be an increase in the carbon content next year, and several people made public comment that they objected to that, and Silicon Valley Clean Energy should spend more money to get cleaner electricity with less carbon in it. And the staff took that as a recommendation from the board. And that will be at future meetings as availability of cleaner energy is known. West Valley Solid Waste Management Authority, there will be an increase in the collection rates, and you will see it in your July bills, and they're on a billing cycle. This is West Valley Collection and Recycling. So in the bill, they will be going up by approximately 20%. And that's a cumulative amount for several years. And it includes both the waste processing and the hauling of the waste. So when I say waste processing, I mean the landfill, et cetera, and composting. And then, so those are 3 items. The West Valley VTA Policy Advisory Committee, that meeting was canceled last week. And then my final comment is with respect to San Jose Water Company and their general rate case. They held the administrative law judge held 2 public participation hearings last week, and on Wednesday at 2 p.m. and 6 p.m. Pacific time, and I attended the 2 p.m. Public participation meeting, and I brought the transcript that just came out today, but I did make substantive points objecting to certain parts of the rate increase that San Jose Water Company is making on behalf of the citizens of Monte Sereno. And what I'd like to do is provide that transcript, the 1 page, to our city clerk so she can include that in the minutes. I don't think we need to read it here.
Thank you. I just have a few comments. I don't know if you realize that in the consent calendar, you just approved updated JPA for Silicon Valley Animal Control Authority, which will allow Los Gatos to join as of July 1st, which make the area a little bit more contiguous, if you will. There was a big gap there, and now Los Gatos is part of it also, and they're doing it without any additional staff. So that's great. Our costs will go down, annual costs will go down by like $4,000. So because of the cost sharing with Los Gatos. West Valley mayors are meeting next Wednesday in Saratoga. So no update on that yet. All right. Council member comments. We'll start with you.
Yeah, I have a comment, and it's kind of sad. This has to do with one of our residents who passed away last week. And she's been a resident of Monte Sereno for 25 years. Her name is Eleanor Shock. She has been a volunteer for the Los Gatos Monte Sereno Fire Department. And she was 85 years old, and she had heart failure. And you probably know her. She's the mother of Kathy Smith. That's what I have for my comments.
Thank you. Any other comments? Council members? In that case, let's move on to the city manager's reports.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Tomorrow will be the first ever Juneteenth holiday for the city of Monte Sereno. So City Hall offices will be closed. Staff also installed or coordinated installation of the 3rd speed bump on the Davis Avenue S curve this week. Or late last week. And we are going into essentially Our next council meeting is August sixth, but we have Citizen of the Year nomination open June first. And if you know anybody that you would like to nominate, the nomination deadline period is August first. And that will be on our August sixth council meeting where council will select the Citizen of the Year to be presented at the Monte Sereno annual picnic, August 18th.
Future agenda items.
I think Councilmember Turner brought up a good issue of expenses. Maybe we need to do a full-blown discussion on expenses itself.
Yeah, we can put it on the agenda for one of the, probably for the next meeting.
Yeah, maybe not after that.
I am not gonna be around for the month of July, and I won't be working, so
Well, we can do it in August, so.
do it sometime late August.
You need to be there.
There are no meetings in this month.
I know, but I'm not gonna be able to do any work.
All
I
right,
mean, I do a lot of work to prep for meetings like this, Saturday, Sunday, Fridays, right? And I'm not gonna be able to do that.
well, can you let us know when you're comfortable
Yeah.
doing it? And we'll follow up whenever you're ready.
Yeah.
So it's up to you.
Mhm.
I would like to, say that I believe the finance committee the ad hoc finance committee should meet before the next city council meeting. And, I know that, Mayor Wolsheimer, you and I are on that, so I just wanted to put that, formally on your radar screen, and we'll coordinate. And then I think we'll probably be reporting back.
Okay.
At the first meeting in August, and for sure the second meeting.
I'm sure we can find a date that works for both of us. Good. Looking forward to it. All right, next item on the agenda is recess to closed session. So in order to prepare for that, I think we should take a 2-minute break.
Yeah.
Can we open, so before we go into closed session, would you like to open for public comment on any of these two items? We have number 10, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, government code section 54956.9, case named Paget versus Curtis Wright. Case number 504 CV 03946. And also item number 11, which is public employee performance evaluation. Government code section 54957, for city manager.
Seeing that there is nobody here, is there anybody online who wants to comment on these two items?
No hands are raised.
All right. Then we will recess to a closed session.
Wow. He's
1 point.
4 points, so,
Or citizens.
he got,
Everyone's here.
so in the
Gotta go into the
playoffs,